I think I saw Laura this morning, but he's not here yet. Yeah. Okay. So we're waiting for some people to come, but now we're going to start the meeting today because it's already 9 a.m. Thank you so much for all the participants who's coming today. Welcome to the ASEAN Disability Forum Annual Working Meeting. We will have a meeting from today up till 9 May 2024. So hopefully we will have a fruitful meeting and a good discussion throughout all the process. But first of all, let's start the meeting today because we will have discussed the agenda for the next 4 days, and then another agenda will be defined or determined by ourselves this morning. I would like to invite Ibu Maulani and Bapak Sazali as the co-chair and then the Secretary General of the ASEAN Disability Forum to open the meeting today. Please welcome Bapak Sazali and Ibu Maulani. Pak Sazali, could you please come forward? Sarifa, would you like to move to the front? And also, Tong-chan? Let's go to a bit of front. How is convenient over there? It is not, it's okay. But sometimes people are not convenient with looking at that side. It's okay, no problem. Yeah, but Tong-chan, you can go. You can move forward.
Ibu ada ini. Yes, bila bisa. You can start first.
Yeah, I will start and then I will ask Safari to open officially.
Okay.
And then the place is too big. Dipakai nanti setelah makan siang bisa pulang aja ya, jadi mangkuknya nggak usah terlalu banyak. Good morning, everybody. How are you today? So I would like to introduce myself again. My name is Maulani Robinsulu. I'm the Secretary General. And maybe we forget to introduce ourselves. So because it's look like a long time staffs of the secretariats. Maybe some of you are meet her just now. So it is Wika Devi Arianti. She's a senior staff in the ADF secretariat. So unfortunately, our chair is not here for the opening. Actually, he has to be here. So of course, it's okay because our vice chair is here, Mr. Sazali Sari. Mr. Sazali Sari will open the meeting of our annual working meeting today. So I offer the mic to Pak Sazali.
Okay, thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. So I'll go one round again. Thank you so much to Ibu Malani for passing it on and for me to do the necessary job this morning. And I know that our chairman has got something on. I think it's also with regards to ADF responsibility here. So it's okay. I will actually manage and would actually take on this session. So first and foremost, I would like to actually welcome everyone. You know, it's such a great thing that we have the opportunity to meet this time round. And allow me also to introduce myself. Yeah, my name is Mohammed Sazali Shari. I'm the vice chair of ADF. At the same time, I'm here with my sign language interpreter. There's two of them on duty for me for the 3-day session here. That's Zoraida and Miss Go. So it's actually to make it pretty accessible, just so that I could actually participate with the session. So I mean, like, without wasting too much time saying so many things, first and foremost, I'd be happy to meet everyone, and I should take this opportunity to actually hand it back to Ibu Malani for the following session. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you, Pak Sazali. So, colleagues, I think we can start by introducing ourselves again, because it's been a long time that we are not in this such important meeting. So maybe we can start from my left side. Yes. Monica, you can start. Sorry.
Yeah.
The mic, please.
My name is Monica.
Please using mic, Monica. Thank you.
Good morning, friends and ASEAN member state from representative of FDF. My name is Monica. I'm a Secretary Director representative from Cambodia. And glad to be here and meet you for today. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. Yes, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Again, my name is Tom Jan. I'm the director of and the representative for Laos.
Good morning, everybody. I am Tay Hantu from Myanmar, chairman of the Federation of Person with Disability. Thank you.
Thank you. It's been a long time not to see you.
Yes.
Hello, good morning everyone. I think I'm the new one here. My official name is Sharifa, but actually I'm more popularly known as Malay Didi in Brunei. So you can all just call me Didi, actually. I am recently elected as the president for the Council of the Welfare of Persons with Disabilities in Brunei Darussalam, taking over from a father figure named Datu Paduka Alimin. You all know him. I'm hoping to continue the good work that he has done with all of you. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharifa.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Nguyen Hong Ha. I'm the committee member of Vietnam OPD and at the same time, director of Hanoi Independent Living Center. I'm here for the committee meeting now. Thank you.
Thank you, Ola.
Good morning. Just want to reintroduce myself. My name is Wika Devi from ADF Secretariat. Thank you. Maybe the colleagues?
Yes, of course.
Okay.
Maybe the interpreter first.
Oh, yes.
And then
Sure.
we'll come to the staff and volunteers.
Hello, good morning everyone. My name is Go Sule, just call me Go. I'm the sign language interpreter for Mrs. Azali. Thank you.
So I cover. Good morning, everyone. My name is Wan Zuraida, and I'm also the sign language interpreter for Mr. Sazali. Thank you.
Hello everyone, good morning. My name is Novia Francisca, but you can call me Novi, just Novi. I'm as ADEF staff, media officer, and the the voice and around here is the media team. But first I want to tell you that I'm really sorry. My I'm a little bit slowly because I'm in pregnant. So if you need something, you can tell my partner Aulia in front of. Okay, thank you.
Everybody has already introduced the cell, so that maybe the PA is not introduced themselves. So maybe the PA Hong Ha, please introduce your couples and also others.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Sahai. I'm from Vietnam. I'm as a PA and also a staff of the IAM Center, Independent Living Hanoi Center in Hanoi. Thank you.
Thank you.
Very nice feeling in Jakarta this time.
Welcome to Jakarta. Monica.
Hello everyone, my name is Masape. I'm a PA of my mom. I'm a senior. I'm studying at Northern University.
Okay. How we can call you?
Mr. Sape.
It's okay.
It's okay.
One more.
Oh yes, Madam.
Okay, Assalamualaikum. Good morning and hello everyone. My name is Satya. I'm assisting Mr. Sazali and I'm his wife. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah. So we all together only 9, if I'm not mistaken. So Monica, Tongchan, Ilhamto, Pak Sazali,
Lauro.
Lauro. She's still in the breakfast room. So maybe someone can remind him, maybe one of the volunteers, to see Lauro. So everybody should be here because we will try to acknowledge all the program for these 4 days. Okay. Anyway, thank you very much. This is our meeting for such how many years we are not having this kind of very important moments. But I'm glad that today we can sit together from all the countries member of the ASEAN Disability Forums. colleagues, today we would like to make or we would like to acknowledge the process for these 3 days. So I would like to open the comment from all of you about the agenda. Before, I think the draft is already in your hands. That every morning in these 2 days, May 7 and 8, we will open for the internal matters of ADF before the guest speakers coming to build the capacity or to give us more information about the main issue that we would like to bring in this meeting. So if I may read the draft. Are we agreed that every day we will start by 8:30 to talk about the internal matters? Yeah. Okay. Then the resource person will come by 10 and 2:12, talking about the issues, and then we will continue discuss the issues until 4 in the afternoon. And then if we think that we need more internal matters of ADF, we will talk in the evening, starting by 7 o'clock in the evening to 9 o'clock in the evening. Is that okay? It's only 2 days. Only 7 to 8. Yeah. Okay. If it's okay, then we will talk about the topics of the meetings. So today we will start the topics of the meeting. Start by 10 to 12. So about the understanding the research result of encouraging social inclusion and disability rights principle on climate change policy in the Southeast Asia countries. I think all of you has already known that we have a research relating to the climate change. It's been how many months? It's been around 6 months. Yeah, and then this is the final written has to be validated by all of us, the member of ASEAN Disability Forum. It is important because at the process of the research, we use the enumerators, the data collectors from the respective countries of all of you, but several countries could not deliver complete information relating to the climate change issue for person with disability or in relating to the person with disability. So today we need more validating from the country itself, of course from the steering committees. And then we will try to elaborate the research. If there is any additional recommendation from all of you and any additional information maybe relating to the policies, relating to how the participation of persons with disabilities in these issues, then we can make it final today, and we will try to launch the research by tomorrow, or maybe we will try to do the launch at the ASEAN secretariats together. And then the meeting will be adjourned by 4 today, and then we will talk internal matters. So for the second day, May 8th, we will have another internal matters in the morning, 8:30 to 9:45, and then we will talk about the core issue that we sit together today is reviewing the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan 2025, mainstreaming the rights of persons with disabilities. And we will write the policy brief relating to the political security community, because in 9 we will come to the conference of ASEAN Political Security Community, where we will have like 3 minutes time to deliver our review for the political security community. But my expectation is tomorrow we will not only talking about the political security, but also for the economic and social community issues. So the other two pillars. Yeah. So completely we will talk for the 3 pillars, reviewing the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. Tomorrow we will be guided by Ms. Dina Praptora Harja. Ms. Dina is a former ICHAR Indonesia when we wrote the ASEAN Master Plan. So my expectation that she has a lot of information relating to the process and what was the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan would like to do for persons with disability. I expect also Mr. Chair will be here to encourage all of us to inform us more detail relating to the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. So we will write it until Ms. Dina will be with us 2 hours, and then there will be Mr. Daniel Awigra. I think most of you are still remember him as well. Daniel Awigra is from Human Rights Working Group. He was with us as well when we writing the draft of the ASEAN Enabling Master Plan. So, and then the meeting will adjourn at 4 o'clock, and if there is internal matters of ADF, we will start by 7 to 9 again. And then the last agenda is May 9. We will embark from the ASEAN to the ASEAN secretariats in the morning. Please prepare by 8 o'clock, and then we will be at the ASEAN secretariat attending the 16th coordinating conference for the ASEAN Political Security Community until 1 o'clock. After that, we will go out for lunch outside. So that's all the agenda for today. If there is nothing, is there anything that you would like to add? Only for the 3 days, only for the times management. Yeah, we are not yet talking about the internal matters that we would like to talk today. So if there is no objection, I will just knock one time. Okay, thank you. And then now the second is I would like to open the discussion for any internal matters of ADF that we would like to discuss during these 3 days. Is there any burning issue that we would like to discuss in internal matters of ADF. If something like you would like to know about the ADF, or you would like to propose any agenda or any issues. Yes? No? Are you really sure? Are you sure? Okay, Laura? Yeah.
Good morning to everyone. I just want to bring out an issue on intervention in the affairs of our respective country.
Intervention?
Now, because I understand we follow the ASEAN tradition of non-intervention in the internal affairs of another country. Is that very clear in our constitution and bylaws that if I am not a Filipino, I should not intervene in the Philippine affairs? Is that very clear in our constitution and bylaws?
Do you mean the constitution is ADF constitution or
Yes.
Asian constitution?
Both ADF and ASEAN master plan. Because I am afraid that in my country, non-Filipinos are attempting, or in fact they have attempted to intervene in the affair of persons with disability in the Philippines. So I want to really put this issue out front because I want to be clear that in our respective countries, like here in Indonesia, because I am not an Indonesian, therefore I have no right, no authority to intervene in the Indonesian affairs. Is that very clear? That's why in the Philippines, I really resist any attempt of non-Filipinos to intervene in the affairs of persons with disability in the Philippines. So I want to bring out this issue so that we could be very clear that if you are not of that country, you will never have the right, no authority to intervene in that country. I want to bring out that issue.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. So we will bring this issue into second day when we talk with Dina Prapto Raharja, the former ICHER. Is that okay?
Okay.
Yeah. So when we talk about the ASEAN political security community, we can you can bring up the issues of the interventions, yeah, and then ADF will try also to see the what is it? Okay, by laws, yeah, in the ADF by laws, to see that if there is any issue relating to the intervention to the country, but maybe this is my own opinion. When we are talking about, the ADF itself is talking about our intervention to the ASEAN policy, yeah. So a kind of our collective
Opinion.
Our collective opinion for the region, yeah. So that's yeah. just small, just a small. I'm so sorry. All of us is getting older and older, and then sometimes I just blank. Yeah. Okay. Yes, please bring up these issues at the Miss Dina at the Political Security Committee conference. Okay. Any others issue that you would like to talk relating to the internal issues? There will be a lot of information from the Secretariat as well relating to the situations of the, if we still have time, relating to the what we have done so far and what is the our future programs. Yeah. Is there anything that you would like to add something into our internal issues? So for the ASEAN intervention, we will talk with the specialist Dina, and then for the ADF policy relating to the intervention, we will talk about this maybe this evening, Laura.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe this evening we can see our bylaws. Yeah. Yes, please. Okay. Okay.
This is not a thoroughly internal issue, but indirect issue.
Yeah.
And my topic is to support move to Myanmar person with disability during this crisis. So, as you know, Myanmar ratified CRPD on 7 December. Subsequently, Myanmar Council of Persons with Disability, MCPD.
7 December, what year?
7 December 2011.
2011.
Subsequently, the Myanmar Council of Persons with Disability, presently known as Myanmar Federation of Persons with Disability, MFPD. Now, I am chairman at the MFPD, was formed in June 2014. Federation means the federation which is organized with the representative of Association of Persons with Disability and representative person with disability who are not member of the organization. Fortunately, Myanmar Person with Disability Right Law was enacted on 5th June 2015. Federation first report with support of disability right fund, TRF, and disability people organization was submitted to UN CRPD committee in 2015. Also, MFPD implemented many projects by the international donor support. My point is MFPD is not government body, not a Congo. According to the constitution of MFPD, MFPD carry out the necessary leadership, advocate, and supervise for the effective and accessible implementation of the provision of the law to the government. So today, some donor organization and international environment are misused or non-evidence information to stop fund for the MFPD project and to support Myanmar PBD. MFPD is not Congo. Origin is Myanmar Council of Persons with Disability, was formed in June 2014. According to the Myanmar Disability Rights Law 2015, MFPD's responsibility is to identify the registration process of the Association of the Persons with Disability in accordance with the law. The law was conceived in 2010-2015 government and in 2015 Parliament. Now, MFPD is implementing an own project, namely recognizing card for disability for Myanmar PWD. Because some persons with disability like deaf, autism, who are similar in appearance of non-disabled people. Therefore, they are worried about unexpected action by the unknown group while traveling to a conflict area. We, MFPD, try the best based on our strength that show our commitment for Myanmar PWD, say have freedom and security. And now Myanmar follow the public the military service law. So worry about the deaf and the autism for this law regulations. Therefore, I would like to request all international organizations and ADF to support the MFPD. We are able to implement the humanitarian assistance for Myanmar PWD around the situ area by using your goodwill support. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ken. We will put this agenda, this issue into the internal agenda to be discussed further. Yeah. Okay, thank you. So, what kind of support maybe you can prepare about this one? Yeah, we also very concerned about this kind of situation. Thank you, Ken. Yeah. Any others issue that we would like to talk into our internal discussion? Actually, I just received WhatsApp from Sawalat. Unfortunately, she will come tomorrow. There's an open opportunity from the UN Women Asia Pacifics relating to the organization that willing to be the host of the civil society steering committee for the Asia Pacific for the Beijing Plus 30. So Sabalak proposed that we will talk about this one. Do we would like to get to take this kind of leading organizations, because this is very important that this period a lot of issue relating to women with disabilities in the region to talk about that. And then it seems like in the Asia Pacific, in particular ASEAN, there is no organization who would like to talk related to or handle the issue of women with disabilities. So I just put it one of the additional agenda for internal discussions related to, are we willing to get this position in the level of Asia Pacific for the Beijing Plus 30 or not in the internal issue? Okay, others issues? Pak Zazali, Mr. Vice Chair, do you have any proposed agenda? Additional proposed agenda?
Not at the moment. I will let you know.
Okay. So, Hauha, do you have any proposed agenda?
I think we should, I support the idea to talk about women with disabilities. And in Vietnam as well, we are now encouraging the organizations to have projects on women with disabilities and gender issues, especially focusing on health and education and capacity building. Yes, and I hope that ADF will have some support for those kind of programs, and climate change as well. In climate change is a very hot topic. But in Vietnam, it's the capacity capacity building to people with disabilities in these issues very weak. Yeah, it is. It has been running or supporting by the NGOs. Yeah, and then it is ignored. So that's why I want to ADF to do something to support and to raise questions about the climate change and action about climate change in the countries. Thank you.
It is very important also for our research here. So Beijing +3 was second by Vietnam. Yeah, and others information relating to what have been done by the secretariats will be in internal discussion as well. Yeah.
From Mr. Zali?
Yeah.
I would just like to add on a little bit here to kind of like highlight, we're focusing on women with disability. And previously I think we missed it out in the development of region and everything. We might just miss that important issue at one time at the earliest stage. So I think it's never too late actually to bring on the issue, because we have most of the leaders, or I would say we have women leaders in ADF itself. So we can look into that issue, and we should be proud to actually show that, the percentage of ladies in ADF as leaders, and also we can kind of like set as an example. Yeah, as we go along discussing and encourage more. And I was thinking also there's another important issue that we also have to include when we talk about leadership, yeah? So can we actually get the younger generation, the youth leadership to actually, participate and to know exactly what ADF is all about. So we actually have that, a group or leaders or future leaders together with us for us to actually teach and breed them, and along the way, and they will soon take over ADF.
Yeah, it's a brilliant idea. Just would like to talk about this as well. Okay, Sarifa.
Sorry, I just wanted to add to Pak Shazali's suggestion, because currently in Brunei Darussalam, I'm working closely with the National Youth Council in Brunei Darussalam to bring about leadership and capacity building for people with disabilities in youth and the youth in general, to bring them up, because we are facing this issue of not a lot of young people in the community to, talk about disabilities and bring about disabilities. And that's the reason why I got elected, is because I was with 3 young people that is working with disabilities. I'm a mother to 5 children, 3 of them are autistic, and my 3 autistic children are now becoming youths. So I have to advocate for them a lot. So this is what we're actually doing, and I actually love that idea. If ADF can support doing something with the youth to bring about this, I actually really support this idea for Pak Shazali. Thank you for bringing that up. That's actually something that we're working really closely with in Brunei Darussalam.
Yeah, thank you, Sarifa. Yeah, it's very crucial issue that we have to support. Yeah, we are talking about the marginalized, even inside of our movement. Sometimes we do that. Okay, so Tongchat, Monica, no additional issue for the internal matters? Yes. Yeah, okay. After Monica, then Laura.
Okay, this is Monica again. So I'm glad to see that we are talking about the women and youth generation in our group for steering committee. And other thing, I think it also linking together, because right now we are trying to find the funding from ADF committee. So why don't we say about something regarding to the JETC strategy? Because in fact they are really keen to see that all the partners, they are consideration for JETC. So in the part of us that we are talking about, with genders, disability, etc. And some part is also regarding to the youth that we could consideration coming up together with their strategy to our bylaw. This is what I thought is very important, and this is real to work for in future if we need some funding from others development partners, etc. Thank you.
Thank you, Monica. So Indonesia will support your proposal as well, and also Sazali, from Malaysia, of course from the Thailand. Thailand is supported by Vietnam and Indonesia as well, so there is no objection about that. Okay. Our homework is to adjust our bylaws, related to this one. So maybe in the afternoon we will more discuss about our bylaw. Actually, we have been starting discuss our new bylaw. Tong Chan was there, Hong Ha was there as well, and when we are in the online discussion for the bylaw. Lauro.
No, I have one very important issue to propose in our agenda. I already presented this issue one time in one of our international meetings, but it was not well appreciated. Now, the issue that I brought out is for us to look at and examine and to focus on what the World Bank has consistently declared in many of its research. According to some researchers of the World Bank, there are majority of persons with disabilities are found in rural and remote areas.
Maternity or maturity?
Mainly, if not the majority.
Majority?
Yeah. I resented this issue because I think we are neglecting our fellows with disabilities in rural and remote areas. So I would like to include this matter in our ADF agenda because in the Philippines, I have been with the National Anti-Poverty Commission for more than 10 years, and my experiences told me that we have a lot, in fact, many of our fellows with disabilities are residing in the neglected rural and remote areas of my country. At least I can say that in the Philippines. So I would really want the ADM to look at whether what is real in the Philippines is also real in other countries. I would like to include that in our agenda. Let us look at the findings of the World Bank that many of our fellows are in the rural and remote areas.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Actually, before we've been also invited by World Bank, Mark Monica, you've been there, and also Tong Chan, if I'm not mistaken. You've been there for the discussion with the World Bank. Yeah, maybe in this moment you can share the information relating to how World Bank plans, for person with disability, relating to what Lauro shared. Okay. So it will be in our agenda of internal meeting.
Ibu Rani.
Okay. Yes. Sazali.
Okay. I would just like to kind of like share a little bit with Lauro. Yeah. There's a friend of mine, Dr. Soyamori from the Institution of Economic Development in Japan. So he did a research and always actually goes to rural area in the Philippines because he wants to know and he wanted to actually find out the situation. Yeah. But as he went along with the research and just towards the end, he found out, and his finding is like the situation for deaf people in the Philippines in rural areas and the blind in rural areas. They said that the blind are actually kind of like earning a lot in comparison with the deaf because the blind could do the massaging. And they obviously could actually speak, and they said that is, but the deaf are not able to actually do such a thing. They actually goes for, all the farming works and everything, and they can't actually earn much. So when they make that comparison, and he went there a couple of times to actually look at it, and he said, yes, reality is yes, situation for in rural areas for the blind, it's lots better in comparison with the deaf. Only two categories that he was making comparison. I think we could also have access to his research. I will try and find out.
Good idea. Maybe along with the days that maybe Sazali can find the research related to, then we will examine together. We will study it together.
Yes.
Okay, I think that's enough. Your son is here or not? Not yet? Oh, he was there. Okay, so if there is, Tong Chan.
Yes.
Yeah. I think a lot of issue that we bring that, then I'm thinking of applicate it into the bylaw. I mean, sure. And a program. Yes, please.
Yeah, I think for our internal discussion for the ADF strategy, we should consider the disability inclusion. Is the framework because right now the one that we did with the World Bank and the DFAS, they also come up with what they call the STI guideline on disability inclusion for the institution. So I think our ADF should be put this disability inclusion because when we talk about disability inclusion, it's very broad. So maybe like the leadership, young generation is on disability inclusion as well. So we should put this as the main focus.
Yeah. Thank you, Tong Chan, to remind us. Actually, several funding, country funding, big country funding, also invited ADF to discuss about the future programs and also policy on the program itself. And some of them are already having this disability inclusion, but we have to make sure that inside this policy, they have to talk relating to the how to, because it cannot be implemented if they just say this is a disability inclusion, but how to make sure that it is include. It is inclusions. It's quite. I think it's quite difficult for them, or we cannot see barely about the policy of them, the policy of the disability inclusion, mainly for the participation of persons with disabilities and the organizations. I agree with that because still for the ASEAN level, maybe the government of America, the USA, are are not having this kind of discussion with us. Maybe from other countries, yeah? We will hear about that in our internal discussion. So thank you. Europe is already also, and also the Australia, but USA not yet. Okay, so thank you very much for a lot of issue that we will put into I will put in the program relating to our maybe three times of internal issue that we can discuss. Thank you very much. So let's make applause for us today for this morning session. Thank you very much for Pak Zazali also for the opening. Yosa Nagolan already here, so I would like to propose 15 minutes for the morning break. Yes, 10 or 15 minutes here. 10 minutes here. Because we are just having our breakfast. So 10 minutes. Yosa, we will come back by 10:10. Yeah. Thank you so much for this morning. I approve all the agenda today. Yeah, thank you. No, I approve, we approve.
the ASEAN Disability Forum. Now we are going to discuss the result of that research, and I would like to Pak Yosa or Mas Yosa to introduce himself and then start the session. Let's give him applause to make ourselves energized. Hopefully we'll have a total discussion. Thank you. Go ahead, Mas Yosa.
Yes, thank you, Wika, for introduction. And good morning, everyone. So I'm really happy to be here. See again with Ông Ha here from Vietnam, Ma'am Monica from Cambodia, and Sazali, and Mr. Kitty. Oh, it's not here. It is in the ASEAN Secretariat, and Laura here from Philippines. So for everyone who the first time meet me or recognize me, we call Indonesia salam kenal, greeting from Indonesia. So I will present the ADF research about climate change and social inclusion. So actually, this research started on 2023, and maybe tomorrow or this week we will launch or kick off the research report. But actually, there are some gaps that we need from audience here to give input for our research. So we still have a time to give the input, particularly for some countries that previously didn't share their data in terms of the climate change and social inclusion. So before we discuss, if you don't mind, I would like to presenting our research report like a resume only, not all of the report, because we have like about 238 pages, so it's a lot. So maybe only some of important issues that we need to discuss later. So first, I would like to share about what is the proposing of our research. Actually, this research aims to encourage the principle of social inclusion to become part of climate change policy in Southeast Asia. This is because people with disabilities are the same individuals, other individual or non-disabled who face climate change. So we need to encourage no left behind for the climate change policies in Southeast Asia. So what kind of the collecting data that we, sorry, how about now? Okay, it's better.
Yeah, better.
So about the methodology of our research, actually dominated by literature review. So we found some article, paper, research report previously from other countries, from all of the Southeast Asia countries. But the important from this research is we hire or recruit the research or assessor from respective countries. For example, from Indonesia, we have Mr. Rusli. In Philippines, we also have Catherine and some and other countries. So all of the assessor, about 10 people. But in the middle of our collecting data, some research, like because they are busy, so they cannot give the data. So only 2 people from Brunei and Myanmar. Is there any Brunei from Myanmar here? Oh, you are. Sorry. So from Brunei and Myanmar, we need your data for today for our research report. So if you don't mind, maybe we can discuss about what kind of data that we need for our research report. So again, I would like to mention about this study also conducted a series of discussion. Beside a literature review, we also conducted a focus group discussion with some of the group, like the women groups, indigenous people groups, and youth groups. But again, we have a struggle to find some participants from indigenous peoples and youth. So we only conducted a focus group discussion with women group. So that's why maybe later when we will discuss, maybe we can get data about indigenous people issues and youth issue from each country. When I talk indigenous people and youth and women concerning in person with disabilities group. So, for example, if in Indonesia we have like some dana institution, this organization concerned with indigenous people, but they're not concerned with, they're not not included person with disabilities. So same as other country, we also have the same situation. They only focus on indigenous people, not concerned with the not included person with disabilities. So we want that we can identify indigenous people organization who concerned with person with disability as well. So this is very hard and very struggle. So we hope that we can get data this morning until this afternoon. We will discuss until this afternoon about 4 p.m. So another issues are actually even we got data about the policies from each country, we still have difficult to find what is the disadvantages of the policies for the person with disabilities. So that's why maybe beside the what kind of organization that concern with person with disability from the indigenous people, youth, and women organization, we also want to get data about what kind of the policy that disadvantages for the person with disabilities. So there are two big issues that we need to discuss today. So I would like to move to our research report.
Yes, sir, can you also edit this one?
Yes.
Ada PPT nggak?
So do you mind in the pages 33?
Page berapa?
33. So before I present from the report, I would like to share our outline. Beside the outline of research. Sorry, maybe we can move to outline first in the page 4. Yes. So if you see in the screen, there are about 7 chapters of our research report, started from the introduction, method, conceptual framework. In the conceptual framework, we can see that climate change concept and Paris Agreement, and then stability and CRPD, and the third one, social inclusion concept. And then in the chapter 4, we have the overview disability in Southeast Asia, and chapter 5 about our research. This chapter title is Barriers and Impacts Person with Disability on Climate Change and Climate Change Policy in Southeast Asia countries. So in this chapter, we have 2 sub-chapters. First, the barriers and impact person with disability on climate change, and the second one is the climate change policy in 10 Southeast countries, in 10 Southeast Asia countries. So in this chapter, we had to discuss more after lunch probably, because I already said that we have a gap about the policies issue and the organization from each country in 10 Southeast Asia countries. So just to look at this chapter only, well, we will discuss in the chapter 5. First, about the barrier and impact of some disability on climate change, particularly for the Myanmar and Brunei, because we don't have much data from those countries. And the second one about the climate change policy in 10 Southeast Asia countries. So please find the policies of climate change that disadvantages for the person with disabilities. So for the chapter 6, its analysis, we make like a SWOT analysis. This research will be encouraged to all of the Southeast Asia government. So we have to mention about why we should encourage social inclusion principle on the climate change policy in Southeast Asia. So in the chapter 6, we make to answer the reason. So in the title of the chapter 6 is SWOT analysis, encouraging a social inclusion principle on climate change policies in Southeast Asia. And the last chapter is about recommendation. So for the recommendation, we also need your input from each country about what kind of recommendation that need from each country. And then we will make to make a summary to identify from each country, then we can make like the policy for the Southeast Asia regions, Southeast Asia country region. So we have a recommendation from each country, and the second one we have a recommendation from Southeast Asia region by the ASEAN Disability Forum. Yeah. Okay. Now, so I will move to the 33 pages here. The table below. 30, yeah, this one. So if we can see the table 4, the title of the table is Person with Disability Term in Climate Change Policy and NDC. NDC is the National Determinant of Contribution, or NDC. As you know that each country should be send the climate change report to climate change conference. We call that COP. So the last COP in Dubai, COP 28. So each country should be presenting their condition and situation of climate change to the COP. So, for example, in here, in Brunei, there are progress to protect children and women with disability. But in the NDC report, they not mention at all about the person with disability. Not mentioned in the NDC. So in Cambodia, there are 2 articles in page 4, page 30, and page 38, mentioning about person with disability, youth, and the elderly in NDC. In Indonesia, mentioning person with disability with different title. Indonesia mentioned different abilities. So is this represent about the person with disability, Ibu Maulani? I don't know.
No, of course not.
Indonesia mentioned different abilities in national determining contribution to COP 28. not person with disabilities.
Yeah, that is why there is no, I mean, official note relating to person with disability because they
Yes.
use different.
So for the law, PDR also not mention about person with disability at all in NDC. Is there any from law here? Oh, you are. Sorry, sir. So in Malaysia, not mentioning about the person with disability as well in the NDC. And from Myanmar, mentioning person with disability in the page 77. This is a good one of the good country actually when mentioning person with disability in the NDC. And the Philippines mentioning, but with the different terminology. Philippines mentioned differently able, not person with disability. For Singapore, not mentioning about person with disabilities in the report. Thailand not mentioning. For Vietnam, mentioning a person with disability in the page 1 and page 60. So what is the meaning about this? So when the country mention person with disability, it can be mean that each country concerned with person with disability issue in its country. So even the implementation maybe have a problem or challenging. So in NDC, when mentioning about the person with disability, youth, elderly, indigenous people, it means this country concerned or focused with the a group of the vulnerable group. Sorry, for the vulnerable group like the person with disability. So from this report from the NDC, we can see that in Southeast Asia actually we still not have a social inclusion policy. It means all of the policy except some country mentioning about person with disability with the different terminology. We can say that most of the countries not focused on or concerned with person with disability in the climate change policy. So that's why this is important for us actually. In the future, we need to push maybe first from our country, for each our country, to encourage social inclusion policy in the climate change. So I hope that this research report will be the hand report that read by the policy makers from each country to encourage social inclusion principle, like to participate the person with disability in all the meetings of the climate change policy makers. So again, I think this is very important for us to give input for our report, and because this report will be shared to ASEAN Secretariat and also to each country in Southeast Asia. So I will share one table again. Sorry, it's not table, only from narrative. About the organization of the indigenous people, youth, and person with disabilities. When I say that many organizations from each country in the Southeast Asia countries concerned with the climate change, they're not targeted to person with disability. I say that when we have like a person, like indigenous people organization, we hope they also concerned or targeted with indigenous people, person with disability in the indigenous people. But we didn't find it. In our report, we not find it, the organization of indigenous people concerned with the person with disability. And also the organization with youth. Even there are some activity with the climate change and youth, but most of organization of youth not concerned with the person with disability. except for the women or gender issue. So almost all of the countries in Southeast Asia organization with the women issue, they have climate change issues with the person with disability. For Vietnam, Cambodia, and Myanmar, they already mentioned about person with disability in the women organization. In Indonesia, we still struggle. We still started in 2023 when we have the women organization in here started to identify what kind of the issue that impact to person with disability from the climate change policy. So this is the new one for Indonesia as well, actually about the climate change or the women organization. So, again, for all of the organization, they are not a lot focused or concerned with the person with disabilities. So this is our homework as well, and we hope that from this meeting we can identify what kind of the organization from each country who concerned with person with disability or potential with concern with person with disability. Even not concerned with person with disability, we hope that you can identify the potential organization from the women, indigenous people, and youth concerned with a person with disability in the future. So I hope from our discussion after lunch we can get the organization who that potential concern with person with disabilities. So last, I will say that in Myanmar, actually they have one important activity and become a role model for UN. So the activity is how to inclusion, how to make community non-disability together with person with disability, like collecting waste in some areas. So this activity very important in terms of social inclusion principle. So some of the information from this activity mentioned it when I read the literature. Now I know what kind of the person with disabilities. Know what I know the important to make inclusion of the person with disability in our activity. So this is a lesson learned from Myanmar actually. Is there any from Myanmar here? Yes, from Myanmar. So you have a role model activity in terms of climate change, sir.
Sorry?
Yeah, you have one activity or program in terms of the climate change focused on the person with disability. So I will give you the report, what kind of activity if you want to read that. So
it is OPD or it is OPD activities?
Yes, OPD activities.
Okay.
Only Myanmar from our literature study have activity concerned with the person with disability. The activity is about climate change, but they included person with disability and included the person with disability organization as well. So my analysis is this activity because you get funding from the funding agency. So we have one issue in terms of the why the person with disability why social inclusion not included in the climate change policy. The one issue is about the funding. Because in the Paris Agreement, the one of the 8 point is about the funding. So if you want to encourage climate change from each country, the developed country have obligation to share their fund to developing country, like in Southeast Asia. So I assume that probably Myanmar have a fund from other country. I don't know, maybe you can discuss about that. And other country maybe have a struggle to get fund from funding agency. So again, there is one point of the Paris Agreement when you want to encourage and push climate change policy in your country, you have to collaborate with other countries to get fund. So maybe you can reflect from this point for Vietnam, Indonesia, and Cambodia as well. So how we can collaborate with other developed countries to get fund in the future. So maybe we can start that to like the high call meeting with some funding agency from each country to talk about the importance of climate change policy with the social inclusion principle. That's one way that we can do that. So, but there are a lot of the ways that we can find that depend on the country context. So again, for Myanmar, you can be like one of the role model for to make how to make the activity and program of climate change, collaborate the disabled people organization, and concern with the person with disability. We hope that in the future we still have a lot of the program from each country. The program of climate change focus also to person with disability. So maybe that's all from my presentation. I hope that you can share your information, other information, or clarification and confirmation about the climate change issue in your country, or from our report. We still have a time, ya, Ibu Maulani, ya, to make finalize this draft. Thank you, and I'll give again to Mika to process of the discussion.
Selecting information.
Yeah.
About the policy, maybe starting from the policy.
Yeah, maybe we can start first from the policy from each country. If you have some important policy of climate change that disadvantages to a person with disability, please share to us here. And the second, about the organization in your country who concerned with the person with disability, even the organization are indigenous people, youth, and women. Please share. Okay.
Maybe you can start from the policy of the climate change. Yeah. So we still have a lot of time. So if you would like to digging it from the website, from the internet, relating to the issue, I mean the policy, the regulations relating to the climate change. Actually, we have several, but it is good if you would like to validate. You make sure as that this is the regulations, because of course we are not reading all the regulations, but I'm sure that you know. I mean, all of you know about that regulations. Do they talk about the disability or the disadvantaged group inside of the climate change policy or regulations? Yeah.
Yeah.
So
for example, in Indonesia,
okay. Yes.
maybe this will be a help for identify the policy from this country. In Indonesia, we have transportation policies that all of the policy should be with the electric car. So even the bus, we should use the electrical energy, not use the gasolines and or benzene. This is the policy not side to person with disabilities, because most of the mass transportation not accessible for person with disability. So if the country, if we want that, if the country focus on the climate change or the adaptation and mitigation policy for the climate change, they should include the person with disability in terms of the transportation policies. When in Indonesia, we still struggle to get the car, electric car that can use by the person with disability. So that's why maybe person with disability still use the car that that they still use the gasoline, not electric energy. So that's one of the example from Indonesia, the transportation policies. So maybe from all of you, each country maybe have other policy that disadvantages for the person with disability. Maybe from Vietnam, do you have any? From Vietnam, do you have any input for the policies?
Yes, sir. Maybe before we are going to collect the information, can you add some issue relating to the?
Yeah.
We have several points relating to the climate change, such as like policy on waste, electricity, energy, sanitations, and also
Yeah.
what else, so that it will idea for the participants to find out.
Water sanitation.
Water and sanitation.
Water and sanitation. Yeah, this is some example of the policies that maybe you can identify which one that policy in your country disadvantages for the person with disability. Like the policy on waste, policy on electricity, policy on transportation, policy on energy, policy on water and sanitation, policy on air pollution, policy on health as well. And so on. Yes, Laura, please.
Good morning again.
Good morning.
Do we have already a design of electric vehicle that is accessible to passengers with disability? I think we need to consult our engineers so that we can propose a design of electric vehicle that is accessible to passengers with disability. So I would like to propose that as another point of agenda.
Okay, so Laura, you mentioned in Philippines you have issue of the policy of transportation. Is that right? So do you have the number of the policy or the title of policy? Maybe I can check.
We only have one city.
160.
That is now working on electric vehicle, and this is the city of Makati. So
Okay.
we have now an experiment on how the electric vehicle would be developed, but it is only in one city, that is in Makati. We also are hearing that it will also be experimented in Cebu, in Bacolod, in Iloilo, Cagayan de Oro, and Davao City. So the e-vehicle promotion is still in the experimental stage. So this is a very good opportunity so that even while we are still in the experimentation stage, we already include the issue of passengers with disability.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned policy number 160 in the Makati City and Cebu. Makati City and Cebu. Okay, so I'm so curious about the disaster and risk reduction policies from each country. So from Brunei, I'm still curious about the policy of the disaster and risk reduction. Do you have any issues about this, particularly the advantages of the policy for the person with disabilities? From Brunei? Yeah, when we talk about the disaster and risk reduction, actually we also talking about the climate change policy. Even some country they make like a different policy. Actually, in the COP, the policy of climate change included the disaster and risk reduction. So please, Ms.
Sorry, so I'm just speaking to my colleague who is part of Green Brunei, which is an NGO in Brunei Darussalam, or CSO in Brunei Darussalam, that is the leading one for climate change. They were actually on the working committee for the NDC in Brunei. So I asked her regarding if there was a reason why Brunei Darussalam is not mentioning persons with disability in the NDC, and it was actually according to our Attorneys General Chambers, our AGC, that decided to put everyone under the wording marginalized groups. So actually the mention of marginalized groups includes economically challenged, PWDs, indigenous groups and so on and so forth. So actually the mention is there. It's actually inside the wording of marginalized groups, because she said Brunei mentions a lot about the marginalized groups and not specifically the word PWD. We have raised it in other meetings, but according to the AGC, following the capacity of the definitions, because in Brunei's context, marginalized groups is that. So the capacity of financial, knowledge, access, etc., goes under marginalized groups. In terms of activities for PWDs, they have divided into two. In terms of disaster, they're still working on disasters specifically for PWDs, because Brunei is not necessarily disaster-ridden as quite often as other countries in ASEAN. Our most is about flooding, fires, and landslides. So that is usually our main concerns, but flooding only happens to a very small community in the indigenous rural areas, which is very small. It's not even 1% of the community. And then fires only happen not as often as well. So that's why it's not really pushed as a priority right now to mention about that. But other activities that's been done on climate action is that it's definitely brought up in schools in terms of making it more mainstream, and so it involves everyone in the inclusive education aspect. Each NGO under the council, my own council, the one I represent for Brunei, each one of us has done our own activities to help with climate change. But really, we cannot really say much, because on PWD alone, considering that our climate action NDC is very new. It was only launched last year or 2 years ago. So there are still a lot of work, things to do. So I'm actually waiting for feedback from them right now. But what each CSO in Brunei does is that we are already moving towards more sustainable practices, and our oil and gas industries are also moving towards that. So in terms of policy specifically for people with disability, not yet, because for them it's more new in Brunei, so we're still working towards that.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Actually, there are 2 points from you about the NDC report. You mentioned it that there is no mentioning about person with disability, but mention the vulnerable groups or marginalized groups. And the second one, in the Brunei, actually you have disaster and risk reduction policies, like the flooding, how to handling flooding, and this policy is also for the general, not only for person with disability. So the last one is about the organization of Brunei. So I have some issue in terms that you mentioned it about the vulnerable groups. In the all of the NDC report, there are 3 countries mentioned it about person with disability. Even the Indonesia mentioned it differently, ability, and also ability. So in this forum, I would like to ask you, if the country mentioned the vulnerable groups in its report, can we say that this country focus on person with disabilities, compared with other countries mentioning specifically about specifically mentioned person with disability? So I just need your input about this issue. Yes.
So we in Brunei have already worked very hard to mention that it needs to be specified. Even if they put vulnerable groups, there needs to be who is the vulnerable, at least a mention of persons with disability, economically challenged, a limited access or whatever. But again, any policy in Brunei that works here is that we will build the policy, even if it's coming from CSO. We have to pass it to our AGC, the Attorney General Chambers, to get approval. And so whatever goes through there, they will change it accordingly, what is appropriate to them. So this is an example of our council, for example. We have been working on the Disability Act since 2015 in Brunei Darussalam, and it was only approved in 2021, even though we submitted it in 2015. For an example, we used the word what Indonesia and the Philippines has used, different abilities instead of disabilities. And AGC rejected that one term for the main reason is that it does not follow United Nations. So they did not want to approve our Disability Act unless we agreed to change to different abilities. So similarly, this is what happened. They would not approve the NDC unless we were agreeing to say all are under vulnerable groups. So that was our issue as well. And so it is an issue for us because they do not understand the importance of specifying each level of, because vulnerable groups can mean differently in different countries. So,
okay. So for our report, is it okay if we mention the recommendation for the Brunei Darussalam, they should to make like specifically mention about person with disability, not general, vulnerable, or marginality.
Okay.
Is it okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you from Brunei. So again, I'm so curious about the organization in Brunei. Do you have a potential organization in the future will concern with the person with disability, the policy of climate change organization, potential concern with the person with disability in Brunei? Do you think that you have you can identify the organization potentially focus on the person with disability?
Unfortunately, each NGO in Brunei that is for disabilities does not focus on climate change because we do not have an expert. The only NGO we have is non-disability run, and we do not know how to engage with people with disabilities. So we don't actually have a specific person in Brunei for this. Even if we do, they're still university students who do not know how the government works and everything like that. So the only option for us in Brunei is that as the council, we must engage with youth groups that talk about climate change. That's the only way. Because they have the contact for our Prime Minister office who works on the NDC.
Okay.
So, but they're not experts in disabilities, you see. So we don't have that in Brunei at all, unfortunately.
So do you have any idea how to put in the recommendation? We can say that we need for some disability organization to engage with the council.
We can work on. We can say that a recommendation is because if you're asking for an NGO, it's very hard to open NGO in Brunei. So it's not easy to open. We have to go through a lot of processes to open an organization for Brunei. to have one. So the recommendation would be having a working committee with persons with disabilities to work on specifically climate change research.
Thank you so much.
Research and advocacy. It has to be additional advocacy because in my opinion, it has to be followed because that is of course in the research of region also can support your national movement into this one because actually
it's a big thing.
It's a big thing, and also we are the most vulnerable. We cannot say that we are in a group of vulnerables or not vulnerables, equal rights or something that happened, but we have to see from the different contexts, So, but in the climate change, we will be most of the issues that we found. We are still in the loss and damage issues inside of the climate change. So I don't think we have to admit that we are still in a vulnerable groups inside of the climate change itself.
Thank you, Ibu Maulani. So Ibu Maulani mentioning about loss and damage issues. Actually, this issue already mentioned in the Philippine policy because in Philippines, in fact, there are some disasters and like a flood and taufan, what we call it? Typhoon, sorry, typhoon disaster. So loss and damage policy already established in Philippines. So maybe because they have experienced a lot of the people in Philippines, particularly in the area of the typhoon, they lost and damage of some items, house, for example. So in Philippines, maybe Lauren, what do you think about the policy of disaster? Is there any concern with policy person with disability as well?
Yes, actually, we have been communicating with national level media, especially with what happened in Naples during that typhoon Hana. Yolanda, we call it Yolanda, and there were communities that were wiped out. I remember during that time when we counted over 8,000 dead people on various land area, aside from those who were brought to the seas. So until now we do not have any accurate count how many victims were there during the Yolanda. But since the Philippines is considered as the typhoon here in Asia, the Philippine government has we call it the National Disaster Risk Reduction Policy. We have some members of persons with disability in the policy making body. We have one visually impaired architect, Jimmy Silva, who is also a participant in the disaster risk reduction. But since we have a new president who will who was elected only 2 years ago, we are again reorganizing that. But the good news is that the new executive director of the National Council on Disability Affairs is very open to the participation of organizations of persons with disability in all issues. As I mentioned earlier, even in the promotion of electric vehicles, we are being informed that because of the newly elected president, we are still reorganizing. But definitely, we have the sectoral council for persons with disability under the National Anti-Poverty Commission, aside from the Commission on Disaster Risk Reduction. So we are working on the possibility of actively being involved in those policy making bodies. But probably I could also mention to you that in the House of Representatives, there is already a policy that in all proposed laws, the concerns of Filipinos with disability will be included. Now what we are working on is on the Senate, that is the House of the Senate. We are still communicating with the Senate President, Mr. Senator Subiri. He is not the current Senate President, so he is from Mindanao, and our organizations of persons with disability in Mindanao are communicating with them, with him. So that is so far what I can inform you in the Philippines.
Okay. Thank you, Laura. So you mentioned it. There are not victim data for the person with disability in terms of the climate change situation. So to be honest, from Philippines, our colleagues from Manila Observatory, this organization focus on the climate change, and they mentioned about the loss and damage policy in the Philippines, the big issue of the climate change. But they admitted that the policy actually not in line with the CRPD. So in this forum, maybe we can mention it, mentioning in the recommendation. If we want to make like the climate change policy from each country, please inline or reference the big reference from the CRPD. So because like Laura said that for the disaster situation, for example, because they're not in line with the CRPD, they don't have a data segregation of some disabilities. So I assume that if all of the policies are in line with the CRPD, the data of person with victim will be gathered. It doesn't mean that we need the victim from person with disability in disaster, but the data from the disaster is about the person with disability is very important when we want to make the future program. So that's why again, if the forum agree, we want all of the policy from each. We want all of the climate change policy from each country should be in line with the CRPD as our main international convention on the CRPD. So, what do you think about this, Ibu Maulani, and maybe
To make sure
yeah?
the policy inclusions,
Yeah.
So any policy regulation on CC, climate change, should be in line with CRB, make sure the policy inclusion.
Yes. Yeah. Correct.
Yeah. What do you think, Laura?
So I just want to inform you that when we talk to the in statistics authority, because we are campaigning to this agency to gather data. About 5 years ago, we were informed that if you add one question in any survey of that agency, we would need 35 to 40 million. So probably by this time it is already within the 50 million mark. So I am proposing to the ASEAN Disability Forum that we, in our discussion with the international funding agency, we include this very important matter, because even in the Philippines, there is great interest to gather accurate data. However, the problem, if you only have one question about disability in our national survey, we would need at least 35 to 40 million just for one question. We submitted 4 questions on disability related statistics. So if that is true, that we would need 40 million times 4, we would need 160 million only for data gathering. So probably when we talk to the international funding agency, we could really give this information so that whenever they plan to have to finance survey on disability, they would also provide the necessary funds. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you, Laura. So, data, segregation data from the disaster situation is only one issue. We have a lot of issues in terms of disaster, like meaningful participation in the policy making of the climate change. Most of our countries in Southeast Asia, they ignore the meaningful participation. So it means that when they make like a policy, they not invite disabled people organization and ask them about the input of the inclusion issue. So we have still have a issue of left behind in terms of climate change actually, when they not they're not in line with the CRPD in the climate change policy. Okay, thank you, Laura. So I will move to Myanmar in terms of the policy. If you have any input in terms of the climate change policy, disadvantages to personally, please, sir.
Actually, organization of persons with disabilities are far from this concept. And now Myanmar government assigned to do this policy and plan to social, sorry, am I on the Conservation Department and National Environmental Conservation of Climate Change Committee. So Myanmar has many policy and plan since 2000, around 2000. So these are climate change policy, sustainable development plan, and climate smart agriculture strategy, and so on. But as you know, in 2021, global climate risk index, out of 183 countries, Myanmar is ranked the second most vulnerable to extreme weather events. Since 2021, many international donors have withdrawn their state-to-state aid. Also, many of CSO partners of international NGOs have moved their environmental and climate change work underground. Under these conditions, and with the caps in before 2021, climate change policy implementation, there is urgent need to adopt more flexible and adaptive programming. So my suggestion is international partner, NGO, state-to-state donor not only need to consider in political point of view, but also more emphasize to humanitarian and rehabilitation program, inclusion person with disability. It is one of the major points for our country. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. So how about the organization in Myanmar? I mean, the potential organization in the future will be concerned with the person with disabilities. Is there any organization, potential organization, like climate change, like women organization, or youth, or indigenous people who concern the person with disability in the future?
In Myanmar, the National Organization of Disability is Federation of Myanmar, Federation of Persons with Disability. Yes, but we consider MFBD. Every government is authoritative.
Okay.
They have authority. We cannot do support to our person with disability everywhere in Myanmar. We contact authority, local authority, and regional authority. So because very remote area and the border are not secure, so we are able to do, we will support to the project of the climate change policy and implementation with a national committee on the rights of persons with disability. Okay.
Okay, thank you. So you mentioned that the difficulty to include the person with disability in terms of the policies of climate change due to the political issues in your country. Is that right? So this situation might difficult or struggle to make a program in terms of the climate change focusing on something. But I already mentioned it in this morning that there are one role model in Myanmar have a program. The program specifically mentioned Malthus International Conducted Participatory Hazard Vulnerability and Capacity Assessment that lead to the community designing plan that targeted older people, pregnant women, women, people with disability, and children. So I'm curious about the fund from this fund of the program. So from the government, actually, not from other. Is that right? Or you have any issue about this? Because some of the issue that because the authoritarian government, so very hard to like collaborate with other like with the accessibility forum, for example, to collaborate program with the Myanmar. So the issue or fund maybe we can resolve, yeah, because the government already concerned with the person with disability. Is that right?
And the law of the right of the person with disability, the government agreed to support the escape of the burden of climate change.
Okay.
So we will do the bridge between the donor and government for the collaboration to do the program for the person with disability.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you, sir. So we can learn from Myanmar, from the government, that they're concerned with the person with disability, with the diversity program in terms of climate change. Like I mentioned before, that can be a role model because the government concerned with the person with disability. Even you have the authoritarian policy or political issue. Thank you, sir, for your input. So we move to maybe from Laos or maybe from Laos. Maybe you can mention about the policy in Laos that climate change policy disadvantages to person with disability and the organization that will be potentially focus on the person with disability in the future. Please, sir.
By the way, yes, sorry. Maybe along with the discussion, because we have several notes relating to the OPDs who are exist in the countries. So to make sure that it is all the OPDs that already noted in the research, please acknowledge them. I mean, we ask the acknowledgement from the steering committee of ADF relating to the this movement. Are they working for the climate change? Are they really working involved person with disability, something like that? So to make sure that we have our strength or not in a level of basis like local basis, something like that. So because when we would like to work for the climate change, and then we have to show that in the national level, are we having this basis, strong basis relating to working on that.
So you mean that when we identify the organization, that we make sure that the organization also work with the OPDs in the national level?
Yeah, something like that. If we don't have our own OPDs in the local levels or in the village or provincial level, something like that.
Okay. So maybe the first question is, what is the OPDs organization that have potentially concern with climate change in the future? And the second one, what else the organization that probably in the future also focus on the person with disability, even the organization is the women's youth and something like that.
Confirmation.
Confirmation.
Do you have the organization of youth with disability, women with disability, or indigenous with disability? It's very important to promote your country through ADF if we have this kind of data.
Yes, please. Sorry.
Yeah, I think for now, they also mentioned about in the climate change strategy 2030 that the strategy 2030, they also mentioned about person with disability in there. They mentioned that person with disability is the cost cutting sector. So they have mentioned clearly there we need to conduct the climate change impact and capacity need assessment for vulnerable group, including women, children, and persons with disability. In that stage, they also mentioned for now we have different association that are like we don't have youth, but we have like autism, blind, deaf association. Moreover, in the national level, we have the national committee for people with disability. That the prime minister is from each ministry is the committee in that not the climate. If they talk about the disability, is direct to this committee. So the vice minister is the member of this. So it means that when we talk about this, even the climate change, the construction, or the other thing. So when they talk to this committee, and then this committee will escalate to the OPD.
It's like communication based.
So just to additional information that in the national strategy to 2023, the document specifically mentioned person with disability. Is that right?
Yep.
Yeah. So not only women and children, but also person with disability, women, person with disability, and children with disability.
Yep. They mentioned in two parts in page 12 also about the health sector, but I don't know why when they translate to English it's missing the part.
Okay. So I will check the strategy, national strategy of Lao.
Shall we share the document?
Yeah, thank you. Okay. So is there any issue from Lao, from other audience or
Indigenous group. How about?
Indigenous group.
How about the indigenous group? Indigenous organizations? Is there any indigenous group organization? And then do they inclusion to disabilities?
No, we don't have this kind of association. It's based on our contact. We operate only the association.
So, how many various type of disabilities? Like you said, autism.
Yeah, by the law we have like 6 types of disability, but when we talk about the organization for person with disability, even in Vientiane is also more than 12 organizations already. We cannot count the one in different province, or they also have different associations.
So what is the national organization? I mean the mainstream NGO in Lao.
The National Committee for Persons with Disability is launched by the government.
This is not from the community, from the government.
The National Committee is from the government.
Okay. So how about from the community? Is there any
community is the association that I mentioned.
Okay, association.
It was facilitated by the government, and then government is giving the registration, something like that. Yeah. But
the association we need to register with the Home Affairs.
I see. It was registered. All of the CSO or OPD, I mean, in every country has to register, of course. But this is national community of the PWD supported. I mean, supported is giving budget by the government or not?
It's on the process right now. Like after we got this committee, right now the disability fund policy is under developed, and maybe soon that after the assembly approved, and then it can be because the disability fund got some money from government, and they also mentioned there that OPD or the agency from the government that they need to work for person with disability, they can apply for those funds. But still on the process only.
So, when the National Strategy on Climate Change 2023 mentioned about person with disability, it means the Association of Person with Disability have a meaningful participation in the policymakers. Is that right?
I'm not sure of that the meaningful participation of developing the policy or not, because it's like many organizations sometimes they invite this association, but we also don't know how to involve. But normally the representative is from the national committee always join this kind of development.
Yeah, thank you. So maybe I will inform that in most of Southeast Asia countries' policy in climate change, the coordination or the task force led by the government, like in Indonesia, we also have a climate change policy and the lead from the Ministry of Forestry and Environment. So my assuming that probably same as like other countries from Southeast Asia. So the problem is there any disabled people organization in the task force? So we talk about the CRDD issue in terms of the meaningful participation. So like in Indonesia, we still have struggle in terms of the climate change policy when the person with disability not included in the task force policy in Indonesia. So Ibu Maulani, maybe you can share about the Indonesian situation, the policy, or you have an experience in terms of the how it is invited by the government in the climate change issues.
Not today. Not now.
Not now?
Yeah, not now.
Okay, thank you.
Maybe others first.
Okay, probably we can.
I'm not quite concentrating really. But Monica may.
Yeah, maybe we can move to Cambodia, Monica, about the policy and the organization. Please, Monica.
Okay, thank you very much. Regarding to disability issue on climate change, first let me give you all of you the big scope of the what going on with the disability issue in Cambodia. So regarding to the policy, they are identified with different. So first, when we say about disability law means promoting the protecting the right of people with disability. So all issue in there include climate change, disaster risk management, something like that. And one more thing is the National Disability Action Plan and DSP. Also, it's something abroad like the cross-cutting issue or disability issue and climate change and disability disaster risk management also in there. So two of these kind of papers is from the government side. I mean the government is adapted because we have one main role from the government who are focusing and the focal point on the disability issue. We call this disability action plan. Oh, sorry, disability action council, and also Ministry of Social Affairs. This is from government side, and the other one we have disaster management from the government. We can say or policy and institutional content. This is in normally we have our one main role, but not focusing on disability. On only the policy separate one from a national disaster risk management. So some part of that paper, we find out one part that they said about verbal group. But that meaning the verbal group for all of them in terms of us that we are working on disability inclusion is not meaningful yet. and we can confirm it's not meaningful yet regarding to the dead law. And also we have hazard and vulnerable disability papers in Cambodia. Also established by the government from the national disaster risk management, something like that. So if we find out all those things, the main point in Cambodia that we can all rely and something happen regarding to the two documents that I have mentioned earlier. It's our law, disability law, and disability strategy plan. They have mentioned clear about the indicator, what going on for the disaster risk and something like that. So back to our experience, because something is connecting, that's why I would to highlight that for us, for Cambodian side, for CDPO, we conducting the disaster risk research in 2028. So some part that we conduct, it means we want to know the big impact and challenges for women and children with disability before, during, and after the climate change happen. Yeah. And right now, I can say we would confirm right now we are implement the project. We call one project is disability and climate change under USAID. That climate change we target with two areas, because in Cambodia we have 25 area in the rural area. So we select two areas to implement the project. So the main point, the project going on with first, it means we are we work closely with the policy maker to make it to make it something that highlight about disability inclusion by using the twin track approach. It means when mainstreaming and specific activity in their plan. This is the main point that we are going to do with the policy maker, and also with the policy dialogue with the policy maker and etc. So in subnational level, we work closely with authority for OPD. I can confirm that we provide sub-grant to OPD to implement the project, and that project is linking that you have mentioned regarding what are the budget from. We could confirm that we put to advocate with the authority in subnational level what our wish, our goal is. The budgeting is not from our side. The budgeting is from the national budgeting. That's why we use that chance to advocate and to lobby with the authority on the community investment plan process. So this is from our side. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Monica. So I need additional information. So the climate change program funding from the government only. First, the second question, you mentioned that in your policy of climate change, you mentioned the policy already mentioned about women, children, and person with disability, but the implementation is very struggle of the policy. So, is that right for the first question, that all of the government, the funding are only for the government, or you collaborate with other organizations in terms of the funding agency? Because in the Paris Agreement mentioning about this. Do you know about this issue?
I can raise something regarding those issues. Let me clarify that the funding that I mentioned about USAID is not from the government. It's to us. It means from the USAID provide the grant to us to implement the project. But for the national level, for the government, they have own budget from national level. But right now we are trying to advocate, to lobby, make sure that the activity not longer from OPD side, from us. We want this happen in our country, that all the budget must be from the government side. This is we are ongoing to progress on that. because we have long history, especially during the COVID-19. The COVID-19, it means the cash transfer to the people with disability through the card, and that card it means through the ID poor card, because in Cambodia we have ID poor card. Level of ID poor card, we have 3 level, 1, 2, 3 or something like that. And the government during that period, they provide the grant, they provide the cash transfer based on that card to person with disability. But just clarify that the ID poor card is not only person with disability, it's the poorest people. And in the same time, we have a disability ID card. That's why it's for person with disability. So why we say a community investment plan is very important. We want to link in together. The national budget plan is must be cover or survive the situation for people with disability through the disability ID card, and also linking with the social protection scheme for people with disability. Yeah.
Okay. So I got the data from you, the new data about the funding from the USAID. So this is very important for our report because we did identify which organization support the country in terms of the climate change and focus on the person with disability. I don't know from Vietnam and Malay and Indonesia, maybe we can get the data. And the second one about the organization, Ibu Maulana.
One question, how about the government's program relating to the climate change? Do they also working together with other countries, something like?
Yeah, as we know that the budget is not through directly from USAID to us. It something 6 million, something like that a year, from but not to us, direct to the international Save the Children. I can say Save the Children. So Save the Children, it means select us as a implement partners.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. My question is, how about the government programs? So, do government has their own money to talk relating to the issues of climate change, or they also working? I mean, the other countries support the government programs related to this. No.
This one, as I know, is not the issue on climate change. Every issue, the government said they don't have the budget, but they try to engage with UN agency, something like that, to implement the project. So it very strange when we say about OPD. If the UN agency support the government, so how can CSO and OPD got funding to implement that project? Yeah. It's just we can observe and see the big pictures on that. Yeah. But for us, our wish is all the funding is from government to implement the project, not for us, because we need sustainable. Yeah.
Sure. Another one relating to the loss and damage. You have the social protection scheme for cash transfer.
Yeah.
So why do you think that the card should be? Why government think that it should be 2 cards between cash transfer from the cars for
ID
poor
ID
and
card.
also ID for and also disability. Why it is separate?
Yeah. It first step, we don't have the disability card. I can say we don't have a disability card. But during the COVID-19, because ID poor card is along the ways. Not now, it's along the ways in the previous and until now. So the ID poor card, the government will provide the cash transfer to all of them who have the card. It depends on the level, 1, 2, 3 or something like that. When the COVID-19 is coming immediately, it means that we don't have any data of the person with disability in hand. So we don't know how to support person with disability. That's why we in OPD, we try to refer person with disability to attend the interview to get the ID code card. First, we need to do that because we move to all of them to get the money from the government. Yeah, this is one. When the system is ongoing and our OPD is convened or working advocate with authority, in the same time, we try to convene and working closely with the MOSPI, Ministry of Social Affairs, to have the disability card. That's why the disability card is, the second choice that have that card. So that's why it's coming together, and our wish in the future, we want to have some benefit from the disability card.
Yeah.
Right now, we don't have any benefit yet. We just have the card. That's why it's linking together with the money from social protection and from CIP process to
I see. So the expectation from the movement is having a specific disability card is what? I mean, I would like to know.
Oh, we want to know that. We want to wish that when the person with disability card, they have anything to fully participation and to free of charge of public transportation, to check the health and go to hospital, etc.
Okay.
Yeah.
For public services.
And also, we need to have a pension scheme for people with disability.
Okay.
Do not identify they are on job or less job. Do not thinking about that. But if the government, support from the government for people with disability.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you,
Thank
Mama.
you.
So, for your information, social protection issue is also the climate change issue, because some of the country has social protection program for the disaster and risk reductions of victims. In Indonesia, we have the social protection program, particularly for the victim of the disaster. So when they are victim, they will have a social protection program. But this program not specific for the person with disabilities, for general. So anyway, I have experience about the card of person with disability. Last 2 weeks when I went to Davao in Philippines, when we together with my colleagues, person with disability wheelchairs, after finish eat the restaurant, 2 of them collect the card. So I asked them what for. So the card for the restaurant, they can get the discount from the restaurant, about 25%. Not only for the person with disabilities, but also for the elderly. So the consensus policy, not only for the person with disability, but also for the elderly. So that's in the Philippines. So in the Cambodia, it's not working yet. The card is still struggle to. Indonesia still struggle to about the concession card issue. It seems about 10 years ago that we still struggle to establish the policy.
I think we can put it into recommendations relating to that. Yeah.
In terms of the social protection,
Yeah.
maybe
Social protection, including the issue relating to the climate change as well, social protections, public services.
So, how about the organization? Is there any organization in Cambodia, like women, youth, and children, focus on the person with disability?
Yes, we have that because we are umbrella organization, and among our members right now 77, and all of them is we have all those members like there's youth, ethic, and women and children with disability forum and etc. Yeah.
Yeah. From my draft of report, there are some youth program in terms of the climate change in Cambodia. So there
Yeah.
are some activities and program of youth in Cambodia talking about the climate change. So maybe we can learn from the Cambodia about the youth program in terms of climate change.
How about the participation? Or
Yeah, but
participation of youths with disabilities?
I think from my understand they have a fully participation, but somehow I agree with Lau mentioned earlier regarding to disability inclusion issue. Because the hostel, I can say the hostel who are organized even or any workshop etc. But they are like understand of disability inclusion. They don't know how to support person with disability. Like one thing example, like they invite blind people, example like that. They not allocate budget for personnel. They not provide a good accommodate to people with disability. Yeah, and we count for science, deaf people and also ID intellectual disability.
Okay. Thank you, Monica. I think if we still have an issue, maybe we can talk or discuss later after.
Okay.
Women with disability organization, how about that?
Oh yeah.
Youth is okay.
Your organization is umbrella organization.
Yeah.
So you under your organization is also the disability children and women.
Yeah.
So how about other organizations in terms of the indigenous people and youth and children? Are they also concerned with person with disability?
Yes, because the meaning of OPD in Cambodia, it means all of them are people with disability. Lived by person with disability and living with a person with disability and themselves a person with disability.
Oh, okay. So the organization of person with disability by the person with disability.
Yeah, lived by
day by day.
I mean the members.
Yeah, the member.
There's the members of CDPO. There are specific organization of women with disabilities.
We are cross-cutting and work all issue and diversity. We can say diversity, and also we have a specific point on the JETC strategy. Gender equality, disability inclusion societies. Yeah. That's why we include all of the.
The organization.
Yeah.
There are organization of women with disability inside of the CDPO.
Yes.
Youths.
Yeah. We have a youth with disability and women and children with disability forum, and youth with disability coalition, and also ethnic people ethnic. I'm sorry. Ethnic. Yes.
It can be included in the indigenous. Ethnic.
Yes.
Yeah, sometimes ethnic and indigenous are quite different meaning.
Okay.
If we talk about the Aborigine in Australia, for example, international mention they are the indigenous people. So in Indonesia, we have like Chinese or Tionghoa ethnic, not indigenous.
Arabic, something like that. So this is kind of So what? According to the CDPO, when you look at this ethnic group, what kind of ethnic group that you identify in this what you call ethnic groups? This is something new.
Yeah. Oh, for us, I want to confirm the ethnic group also the women with ethnic group, so they have a double issue.
Oh,
yeah, not separate one. But I mean women with disability who have ethnic group.
Okay.
Yeah.
So what kind of identification that you call that this is ethnic?
Normally we call it out because based on the area from area to other area. The most important, all of them, they are lack of involvement with society. Yeah, because it seems they are very far, so the different language also, the issue. because all of them is not speak the same language in when we compare to other provinces. So we make sure our one goal, make sure all of them they know clearly and fully participation in society. Yeah. By strengthening their capacity, by provide increase the disability inclusion knowledge, and also advocacy, something like that.
How about religion? You also have a different religion.
Yeah.
When we talk about
Is religion include in the?
It is not quite a lot. We just heard on that, but we not yet thinking about that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So in Cambodia, you have a personal disability organization like the
Yeah.
association. Under that, that includes personal disability. Indigenous people, youth and children, something
Yeah.
like that.
Center.
Okay. So when we discussed before, we want to identify the organization of indigenous people, for example, and under the organization they have a personal disability issue as well. So you not have like that, isn't it? You have the under personal disabilities association. They are they are indigenous people with the personal disability under the association of personal disability. Is that right? Or
Yeah,
different?
and they have a center group in each center.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, each OPD.
Okay. Ibu Maulani, is there any other issue?
No, it's okay.
So, in my
I'm not sure that we will write in the proper languages.
actually, when we process of discussion, I write on some of recommendation that maybe we can discuss again the draft of recommendation that I write on. So right now in my phone is 11:58 until 12. So we still have 3 countries to discuss about the social inclusion and climate change. Is that okay if we rest for 1 hour, say about
Yes,
1 hour for lunch, and then we come back at what time?
13. 1 p.m.
Oh, 1 p.m. Oh, 1 hour for lunch and pray for the Muslim. So the restaurant in
Okay, yes, sir. Let's,
the first floor. Eh?
I think you're saying he is already survived.
Thank you for discussion for this morning after lunch, and we can continue at 1 p.m. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Asa. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Pak Yosa, Mr. Yosa Nenggolan, for a very fruitful and so many new information collected by our precise SE, Steering Committee. We hopefully will collect more information later this afternoon. But in the afternoon, our colleague from the ADF staff will distribute what is it, lunch ticket. So there's a ticket, so you can ask at the front to proceed with your lunch at the restaurant. Thank you.